COVID plan is bad. Sunday government challenge between governments. It should be great.
They should say that it's checkers. I got a feeling they'll say checkers.
But like Virginia,
talking. Yeah, well, the volume was on full. Right, all we need now is some players.
Thank you. Well, I got the first one last time. And I couldn't, because I wanted to do exactly what you did.
Well, welcome to the AJ Bell England Squash Championships 2021. You are joining us live from Manchester, England. Joining us for this event being put on in partnership between AJ Bell and England Squash. I am Lee Drew, and joining me for all of the matches in this competition will be former world number one Vanessa Atkinson.
Good afternoon, Drew Boy, or good evening almost.
Well, it's a rare outing for everyone, including us and the players. And just a quick run over the format for this tournament. We've got 4 matches coming up this evening, 2 pools in the women's, so there'll be 10 players competing. And this is a Pool A match. The other 2 will be playing at the same time on one of the side courts, while Sarah-Jane Perry and Lucy Beecroft compete on the glass. And then, of course, there'll be the other matches coming up as well. But basically, it's the top 4 that will play off some positions. But, of course, it'll be 4 matches, and then there'll be the top players will go through to compete in the final, and then 3rd, 4th playoffs all the way down to 6, with the last 2 missing out. And the main principle behind that is just to make sure that these players are getting as many matches as possible in, of course, very difficult times.
Well, there'll be a lucky couple of players that'll get, or a few players that'll get 2 matches in one day at some point, which would be a bit of a shock to the system.
Yeah. And we can get a bit of practice in as well, doing some commentary.
Yeah, big day tomorrow.
Well, here is our lineup for this evening, and it is the match on court right now: Sarah-Jane Perry against Lucy Beecroft, then Jasmine Hutton against Casey Bartley. They'll have played a few times in junior matchups. And then, of course, James Willstrop will be up against Josh Masters before the last match of the evening. Declan James up against very dangerous late entry Joe Lee. Well, we're going to focus on this first match. Lucy Beecroft, very talented squash player, skillful on the court, went to Yale College, hails from Northumberland. Actually spends a bit of time, goes down and sees Fiona Geeves, does a bit of work with her. And of course she's up against a player that doesn't need any introduction these days, Sarah-Jane Perry. World number 6, trained by Rob Owen. Of course, had that magnificent performance last time out at the Black Ball Open. Huge comeback there against Hania El Hammamy.
Yeah, we had a huge comeback in both finals.
30 seconds.
The Black Ball, and she'll be able to go back there relatively soon to try to defend that title.
Yeah, she hasn't had long to
to just enjoy it.
No.
AJ Bell England Squash Championships 2021. Women's round robin match. Sarah-Jane Perry of England to serve. Lucy Beecroft of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
So here we go. Sarah-Jane Perry kicking off proceedings against Lucy Beecroft. Of course, this is very much a mixture of young versus experienced, and none more so than this first match. Be interesting to see what Beecroft can bring to the court here.
Well, what a great opportunity for Beecroft to test herself against one of the best players in the world.
Was unsighted.
Looked fine.
Play that, please.
Yeah, that was good.
One love. And out 1-all.
Well, I think we're going to see some quite short, sharp rallies here, Drew Boy. It does feel quite chilly in here. That ball is not travelling very far out of the corners.
No, it's pretty cold here in the arena.
2-1.
What you would say, though, is Beecroft's a very skillful player, and she can certainly convert opportunities when she gets them. mean, this court is absolutely unforgiving. If you miss a target and you miss your length, you get punished, and you certainly have to adjust where you're hitting it on the front wall and also the pace that you're putting on the ball to get it to the back. Problem is anything that's left in the middle of the court is just attacked, and if you throw everything at it, it just makes it absolutely brutal to recover. You already see it. Beecroft, every time there's an opportunity, she's taking it on, she's backing herself, and she's causing Perry a lot of problems right now.
Well, the error there from Perry and a brilliant start for Lucy Beecroft. Sort of very busy around the court as well with her movement, which is equally important when the court is playing like this, that you're sharp with your movement early on.
Hand out, 2-5.
Well, just the wrong option there for Beecroft. Certainly not looking too rusty on there.
Let. Two five.
I haven't seen Lucy play for quite a while actually. She used to come to Ponty
Out.
back in the day. That's a few years ago now though. I guess she was in America for a few years.
Yeah, studying, and then of course she's come back and the pandemic struck, so haven't seen too much of her.
She only came back last year, did she?
Down. And out, 3-6.
Wow, that's
Nice.
a beautiful touch from Beecroft.
7-3.
So much cut on this ball, leaves it incredibly short. Oh, and again, but do you see, so as soon as Perry missed the length, she was just attacked and you just left stranded.
Yeah, it was a clever shot as well, making Perry go back into that same corner that she was sort of backpedaling away from.
Has to be said, it's brilliant from Beecroft. Perry's missing her targets and Beecroft certainly isn't, apart from that, Tim.
And out, 4-8.
Yeah, she's just missed a couple of opportunities to really forge a huge lead, but certainly looking the more positive of the two. Perry hasn't quite got herself moving yet. She needs to hit those targets to protect that quick movement around the front.
No let. But the ball's gone.
Here we go, first review.
Beecroft on the no let decision.
Certainly clued up here, Beecroft. No rustiness of not having competed for goodness knows how long. Over a year since her last competitive match. Harsh no let, or do you think it's a good no let?
I thought it was a bit harsh initially. It's very short, the ball.
I mean, she's got no chance to go through and get it, has she? That's the problem. I'd be thinking let ball. If she was ready to go and get it, it could be, she could be in business, but I'm thinking a let ball probably.
Yeah, it needed a bit more quality on it, the shot, to warrant the no let.
Well, it's all going Beecroft's way. A wise review there from the youngster.
4-8.
Well, that's where you just got to get the balance right, but that's forcing it slightly. She wasn't in position, and even if she'd got it up, Perry was all over that.
Yeah, she was well up in the court. Just needs to wait for the right opportunity. Oh, that is good though. That's
Or-
quality.
Or just slot it in,
Just
just
go
keep
in.
going.
5.
Wicked shot from Beecroft. Following it up as well, she's looking and hunting for that cross court.
Handouts.
That's the other
6-9.
thing, if you do get the ball into those back corners, you're rewarded with the outright winners as well. Is pretty dead on that.
Yeah, it's all extremes, isn't it, on a court like this?
7-9.
Yeah, it's impressive.
8-9.
Nicely slotted in by Perry. She's within 1 point here.
Yeah, starting to move a lot better around the
9-all.
front. Perry, she's starting to read that boast from Beecroft. And this is where Beecroft just needs to find that balance again, find those back corners.
Yeah, it's Perry on top now.
10-9. Game ball.
Game ball for the world number 6, number 1 seed here.
Yes, let's.
Oh,
We're going for a review. There looked like there was a lot of quality in that drive.
yeah, that looked like a no-let. Let's have a look at a different angle.
That ball is cutting away and dying into that back corner. This will show us exactly how good it was. I mean,
Not a huge amount of interference there either.
I reckon this could go no let, you know. You near? No let for me. I think it's a lot of quality, not enough interference. Beecroft should go through and get this. I reckon this could be game for Perry. Oh, there you go, confirmation.
Handout.
So first blood goes to the number 1 seed, Sarah Jane Perry. It was an impressive start from Beecroft, but in the end, a good comeback from Sarah Jane Perry, taking it 11-9 in 10 minutes, and she's leading by 1 game to love.
Well, it was a very, very good positive start from Beecroft, throwing a lot of balls into the front, and Perry just taking a bit of time to get moving, and also wasn't hitting her targets early on, but as you would expect from somebody of her caliber, she was unfazed by the deficit. She knew she needed to find those targets, and she managed to pull it back, got that ball running much better into the corner, started to read Beecroft around the front, started to move better, and able to turn things round just in time. So just a bit of balance needs to be found from Beecroft.
Good start, isn't it? 2 decisions, both overruled.
They resume in 30 seconds. Perry leads.
Well, both players
1 game to
back
love.
on court. Sarah Jane Perry, having taken that first game, serves to start off this second. I have to say it was very calm and composed from Perry. She just kept herself nice and settled, just started to find her range, and then she got a lot more comfortable on the court and took advantage when Beecroft let her in. And
Handouts. 1 low.
you have to say it was nice to see her just being calm and going about what she wanted to do and needed to do on there.
see how Beecroft
block.
responds now. 2 quick points on the board, but it was very apparent at the end of that game what she needed to do. She didn't really adjust her game to the response from Perry,
3 love.
who really moved up the court, and she just kept trying to fire it in.
That's the problem though, isn't it? If you don't quite read it as it's happening, it's gone before you can actually do anything about it, and she just didn't realise and find that length into the back of the court and maybe
And out.
extend it a
1-3.
couple of shots and then go again.
Yeah, well, what was working early on in that first game isn't necessarily going to continue to work in the same way. You have to adapt.
Well, not when you're playing someone as experienced as Perry, because they're going to change things. They're not going to allow that trend to continue, because if they did, they'd end up losing the game.
2-3.
I mean, it takes a skill to actually adjust within a game. Another wicked attack on that backhand
And
drop
out.
shot from
4-2.
Beecroft, using all the strings, cutting that ball in. Able to do it from quite a big swing as well, so it looks like a drive. Mixing it up nicely here, Beecroft, with the long and the short and the threat. She's actually getting control of Perry's movement slightly, stopping her.
Yeah, that was really good work
And
down the
out.
backhand side
3-4.
from Beecroft. Yeah, nicely played.
Brilliant touch from Perry.
4-all.
Delicate stuff. Look how short that stays. Really soft and gentle with the drop shot.
Down. 5-4. Top.
Nicely finished.
And out. 5-all.
Well, if you get the cross-court angle right into the back of the court on here, the ball just stays very, very deep.
There's no chance of that being a let.
No let.
That's a winning shot. Problem was she sort of left
6-5.
herself stranded, and then the shot was just too good. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good. Good change of pace from
7-5.
Perry.
Moved on to it early and then had options. Was able to use the slight hold. Yeah, it's good. Good quality from Perry now.
8-5.
Yeah, it's just Perry is ridiculously
9-5.
aware on a squash court, and she certainly knows when a player commits, and she pretty much always manages to sense it and choose the other option. Wins the point outright from there.
Yeah, she's starting to create time on the ball around the front as well now with the
Yes,
quality
lads.
into the back corners.
You really got to guess at your peril
9-5.
against Sarah Jane Perry.
Ten 10-5, game ball.
Nice little improvised volley there from Perry.
Well, 5 game balls for Perry. Well, there you go. Nicely finished again. Too much time at the front of the court. It's Perry who wins that game. She's looking a lot more comfortable on there now. Now she's settled. 6 minutes for that one. Beecroft still throwing everything at her, but it was 11-5 to Sarah-Jane Perry. She's taken a 2-love lead.
Well, a much more dominant game there from Sarah-Jane Perry. She's moving a lot better, and that is helping her with her accuracy. She's finding the back corners, she's finding those targets, and that is giving her a lot of options in the front, a lot more time on the ball. And when she has time on the ball, she's very, very difficult to read. So much tougher out there now for Beecroft in that second game.
Perry leads 2 games to love. Love all. One love.
That's the first time that Perry's got the first points on the board at the start of the games. Normally it's been Beecroft that's been absolutely steamrolling it.
Yeah, this might put her off a bit.
Bit between the teeth now though for
2-love.
Perry. She's got herself a 2-love lead. She's starting to look very comfortable on the court. She's found her range to the back and in short now.
So, thank you. 3 love.
That is an unbelievably skillful shot, that volley boast, played like that. Ball was almost dipping on her when she hit it. I think she's looking sharp to me, Perry. When I look at the way she's moving and the lightness in the middle of the court, it's not normally something that you'd be looking for
4 love.
in Perry, but when you're looking at it and it's standing out, you think everyone's got to beware slightly.
Well, it's a court that should really suit Perry's game with the skill level and the ability to hold.
5
The
love.
movement was just took a little bit of time to come in that first game, but she's it's all starting to come together now.
Was Perry
Lob as
finding
well.
the corners. Perfect lob into the back of the court.
Great variety from Perry.
6 love.
Well, that is the pattern
And out.
that
1-6.
Beecroft's been looking for, to attack in on that backhand, cutting the ball in short and then looking to really step up on the follow-up volley. Well, it's a trademark shot from Perry, that fanned backhand volley return.
This is my
Again, it's just Perry looking sharper. Beecroft not able to recover out of the shots, being dragged into the corners.
And out 2-8.
And again, it's going to be put away. Court just getting too big for Beecroft there. Big lead here now for world number 6.
And out 3-9.
Get the ball. It's hard work.
4-9.
Well, she's gone for it again.
10-4, match ball.
Certainly live by the sword, die by the sword in this match. Beecroft taking it on when she can, but she's facing 6 match balls against her now.
Out. And out 5-10, match ball.
Could be trouble. Oh,
Just let. Room to play.
Room, please.
going for a review here. It's just a case of how quickly could Perry get out of the way. Was she out of the way far enough by the time Beecroft could play the ball? There's a little bit of space there.
Yeah, it's close.
It's almost more the follow through, isn't it? Whether that's stopping the swing.
Views remaining. 5-10, match ball.
Still 5 match balls for Perry.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
You're right.
it's going to be a let ball, I think. And make them tough up in Newcastle. You should know.
Oh, good. I'm the exception to the rule.
Well, it's nicely finished. Good improvisation from Perry. Well, she's certainly tested in that match by Lucy Beecroft, throwing everything at her, really looking to attack, but Perry withstanding well and then found her range and was able to clean up. Certainly a good first test for her. 27 minutes on a pretty unrelenting court, has to be said. Sarah Jane Perry taking it 3-love against Lucy Beecroft in 27 minutes.
Yeah, I think Perry will be very pleased with that as a first outing. It's a good little sharpener for her. She had to pull that deficit back in the first game. It was a good start for Beecroft, and it forced a lot more quality out of Perry at the end of that first game, and she was pretty unstoppable from then on. Really started to find her range, find her movement, was able to get a lot of time on the ball around the front and kept Beecroft guessing. So solid start for the English number 1.
It certainly was. That's our first match done and dusted here. We've got 3 more matches to come. We have got a short break of 26 minutes before the next one starts, and it is a clash between Jasmine Hutton and Casey Bartley. Those two will be on court in 25 minutes time. See you then.
Exactly that.
Welcome back. It's our second match here at the AJ Bell England Squash Championships, and it is Jasmine Hutton up against Casey Bartley. Of course, this is Pool B in the competition. We saw Sarah Jane Perry up against Lucy Beecroft in Pool A, first match up. So confirmation of Pool A. Got Julianne Cortese and Sarah Jane Perry sitting at the top of that pool, and then focusing on Pool B, we've got Hutton against Bartley on this court, and then of course it'll be the others on the other court as well. I think it's Alicia Mead up against Millie Tomlinson on that court. Of course, 5 players in each of the women's pools. It's all about finishing top, basically, to get into the final, but of course there's money right the way through, so they'll be fighting for those positions. Well, Casey Bartley closest to us, another skillful player from London. Actually works with Ben Ford down in Kent a bit, but she trains and plays out of Queens. Not a bad place to base yourself, that's for sure. She's currently number 85 in the world. You have to go back a year since the last time she played a competitive match. When she's up against the lefty, Jasmine Hutton, all in white, apart from the random black left sock. It's a bit of her trademark these days. But she's been establishing herself on the PSA World Tour a bit more. She's been featuring in the major tournaments. She last time out was at the Egyptian Open, which was October 2020. So she's been getting close, she's lost a couple of first rounds, but she's been very close and causing some of the top players a lot of problems. She is from Brighton and started with her dad, Ben Hutton, who is prolific with juniors, has to be said. But of course now she actually trains a bit at St George's Hill, but also works under the guidance of Rob Owen up at West Warwick's as well. So definitely a player who's tidied herself up technically massively. She's a lot more consistent these days, as you'd expect. I think it's one thing when Rob Owen gets his teeth into players, he certainly gets them playing to a formula that suits the way they play and their personalities, but also tidies up the technique to the point where he wants it. And that's sort of the racket work as well as the footwork. He's very specific and precise with what he wants from his players.
Well, that's where the improvements needed to be made. Hutton's game, she's a very good athlete, very busy with her movement around the court, just a little bit erratic at times. That has improved drastically. Runner-up, obviously, at the National Championships last February. That was a huge achievement for Hutton.
Sure, she played well here as well, didn't she, at the AJ Bell
She
championships
did, yeah.
that we had here.
Did she play 3-4 playoff?
Yeah, she came third. I think she beat Julianne Cortese.
She did, yeah. It was a long match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and had a really
Bell,
tough
England
3-2
Squash
against Millie
Championships
Tomlinson as well in the semis.
2021, women's round robin match. Jasmine Hutton of England to serve, Case Bartley of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Lovell.
So it's going to be Hutton to start off this match. Very free-flowing player, Casey Bartley. She is a very relaxed cat on the squash court.
Down.
And that's the only thing that you'd probably, if you were being picky with Hutton at the moment, is she still gets slightly tense because of her nature and her character. She's very sort of fired up and on it.
2-1.
It also then just leads to a little bit of tension in the arm, especially when when it does get close or tight, or it means a lot. And
Yeah.
that's sort of the next phase, is once she's very comfortable with the swing, the technique and everything she's doing consistent, you then look to relax that a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, because then you lose the accuracy, obviously, with the tension in the arm.
3-1.
So slight opposites
4-1.
on court with the way they approach the game.
Yeah, completely opposite. I mean, it's a tough ask for someone like Casey Bartley, who's not necessarily been getting to get on court much at all, if at all. But one thing you would say is this is just an opportunity, and this is why it's such a good event to get on there, spend a bit of time on court. The pool format, the round robin format, is just perfect to get some time on a squash court when you've not been playing competitive matches for a year.
Well, you would hope the attitude or the approach would be to get the most out of these matches that they possibly can,
3-4.
and not worry too much about the result. It is a huge ask
3-4.
for these players that haven't competed at all for almost a year now against a player like Hutton, who's had quite a lot of match practice and competitive play in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, that's with the PSA World Tour, you're very unlucky if you're on that border where you just missed out on getting into those tournaments, because there has to be a cut-off. Well, it's a good rally, fire exchange, quick stuff from these two. Hutton just winning that exchange in the end on that volley drop shot. But yeah, if you were just the wrong side of that cut-off, you'd be absolutely gutted, wouldn't you? Because you'd be seeing all these tournaments going on. You're number 1 or 2 reserve each time.
Yes, exactly, and there's absolutely nothing else to play.
6-3.
It's absolutely brutal for those players around the sort of 50 mark.
We've seen a few of those bounces in that
4-6.
back left. Just got to get on a glass court, especially when it's a bit ruthless like this one. Just got to get it in the right areas, and you will get those outright winners.
Hand out. 7-4.
Well, just a quick bit of solo on the backhand volley drop for Hutton, never missing the opportunity. Well, she'd better go up there and practice a few more. Finding the top of the tin. Well, and there's some of the skill that Bartley possesses. Got some serious weapons. When she has time on the ball and position, she can be absolutely ruthless. I mean, there she didn't even have position. Still hit an outright winner. That's the problem for Bartley. If she gets caught and the court becomes a bit too big for her, it's all about covering, and we've seen it on this court. I mean, it's so unforgiving.
Well, just a little bit of accuracy lacking from Hutton, and target hitting to the back. I think you get that as well with players like Hutton, who are quite high intensity, is that it can sort of brim over a little bit early on in matches as well, in that first game, where they're sort of bouncing off the walls, so eager to play that there's a little bit of lack of control in movement and hitting.
She's been good on the volley though, isn't she? When she's had that opportunity, she's certainly looking to well played, Lee. Well done.
And out. 7-9.
I'll just let you carry on.
Yeah, but players like that almost need to run off a little bit of that excess energy, don't they, and settle down a little bit. things can start to come together.
Hand out, 10-7, game ball.
Well, it's 3 game balls for Hutton. Yeah, it's nicely finished.
11-7, game to Hutton. Hutton leads.
Certainly
1
looking
game
to
love.
attack when she's got the position in the middle of the court, Hutton. So 7-minute first game, 11-7 for Jasmine Hutton. She's leading Casey Bartley by 1 game to love.
Get used to this iPad again.
Well, Hutton, as you'd expect, getting up high on the tee, trying to volley as much as possible. A little bit of loss of accuracy into the back, but she's quite good with her shots into the front. Quite a lot of winners. Bartley unable to really take advantage of that lack of accuracy. Just not quite sharp enough. Needs to get up the court a little bit more and hunt. So good start for Hutton. And this should settle the nerves a little bit, getting that first game under her belt.
I don't know. 15 seconds. Hutton leads, 1 game to love. Love all.
So it's going to be Hutton to start off this second game. Slightly
Hand out,
fluky
1 love.
backhand first shot from Bartley there.
Ball was good. 2 love.
It's like chalk and cheese on there, isn't it, between these two personalities?
It certainly is.
3 love.
It's almost a guess there from Casey.
Very good guess.
Yeah.
Down. Hand out. 1-3. Two, 3. Down. 3 all.
Well, Bartley not quite getting down to that drop shot. That's 2 of those, one on the backhand, one on the forehand. Thank you very much. I mean, Hutton is bounding around, isn't she?
I think the comparison is making her look even more bouncy than usual.
Down. Hand out. 5-4. Down.
Well, just forcing it slightly there, going for it, Bartley. Ball was behind her, very risky shot.
7-4.
That's the Hutton shuffle after that point. Middle of the court.
Down. 8-4.
Oh, another error from Bartley. Big lead now for Hutton in the second game.
Yeah, well, Hutton's very aware that obviously she's had competitive matches. Bartley hasn't had competitive matches. It
Hand out.
takes a while to get into it, and she's not wanting to allow Bartley to settle whatsoever. She's just ramping the pace up, and she's just trying to crank up the intensity.
Well, you just sense straight away from Bartley that if the ball's right there, she's more than capable of putting it away, but she just doesn't fully commit when she's stretched out with her movement.
Hand out. 9-5. Down. Hand out. 6-9.
Well, Hutton was on the move when she took that drop shot on, and it's one of those ones where you just need to recognise and have that awareness that if you are moving, the drop probably isn't the option, and actually the space was back right. And it's just about creating that awareness when you're playing at pace and playing quickly. It's that fine balance, isn't it? Because you're pushing an intensity. You don't always have that clarity or calmness when you with shot selection.
Down. Hand out. 10-6. Game ball.
4 game balls for Hutton. Yeah, it's nicely put away.
11-6. Game to Hutton.
Bartley
Puts the
just
lead
missing
2 games
her
to none.
range, her target on that length, and she's punished. So 2 games to the good for Jasmine Hutton. She's taken that second game, 11-6. And after 15 minutes, she is leading Casey Bartley by 2 games to love.
Another solid game from Jasmine Hutton, and Bartley just struggling a little bit when she's stretched out, when the court is made quite big for her. When Hutton's hitting her targets, she doesn't look comfortable, doesn't look like she's willing to put the work in the rallies. She has to hit every target. Hutton, in comparison, very, very busy around the court, bouncing around, moving very well.
Well, she's absolutely thumped that ball into the
1
tin.
love.
Certainly went for it. As we said, the opportunity was there.
Down.
Well, Bartley just looking like she wants to rely on hitting winners.
Which ball are you asking about? The lob was good, yeah. 2 love.
Don't see that very often. Hutton questioning her own ball. Again, it's just a little bit too sharp from Hutton.
Three-love.
She's on that ball very quickly, and it's not giving Bartley any time to recover into the middle of the court, and it's just leaving her slightly stranded.
Well, she's just really casually sort of throwing the ball into the front at every opportunity. Every now and
Hand
then
out.
one comes
1-3.
off, but it's certainly not the tactic that's going to get her through here. She's going to have to put some tough work in, and there's been no signs of that really so far.
That is a great volley drop on the backhand from Hutton.
Hand out.
I mean, this
4-1.
isn't a bad shot from Bartley. The ball pretty tight, and it's just slotted in on the backhand volley drop. Well, there again, Bartley just telegraphing that drop shot slightly
5-1.
too much. She needed to show the drop, sense that Hutton was chasing in after it, and then use another option. We saw Perry do that, didn't we, in the first match, where she's completely aware when a player overcommits for a shot.
Well, you can see just with the movement that Bartley wants that shot in to just be a winner. She's not following up with her movement. She doesn't look like she's ready to get onto the next
2-5.
ball.
That's up. Hand out. 6-2.
And poor quality from Bartley, taking the ball in short. Picked off by Hutton.
Hand
She's
out.
trading blows here. She's going for outright winners. Nailed it that time. And again, gone for another one.
4-7.
Yeah, nice. Nicely done.
Hand out. 8.
It's an effective shot, just sliding the ball across the front of the court. Completely wrong footing, Bartley, that time. Well, that shot, that winner
Match
from
ball.
Hutton confirms 6 match balls for her.
Down. Hand out. 5-10. Match ball. Down.
Clever. Sending
6-10.
Hutton back
Match ball.
whence she came. Saved a couple of match balls. Still 4 match balls remaining though for Hutton.
Down. 7-10.
Again, just
match
not
ball.
quite settled there. Quite have the balance or the energy into the shot on that volley drop.
Not up.
Well, Barley not
11-7,
getting down to that
match
one.
to Hutton,
It's a good
3
attacking
games
boast from Hutton, so she closes out that
11-7,
third game.
11-6, 11-7.
Business-like performance from Hutton. 24 minutes, Hutton taking out Casey Bartley, 3-love. 11-7, 11-6, 11-7. A lot of sevens going on there.
Well, a reasonably comfortable first outing for Jasmine Hutton. Had to put some good work in though to make it that comfortable. Putting some good squash together. Always fully committed in the rally, Hutton. And Bartley, you could just see the lack of matches. She was going for the easy winner, and when she wasn't presented with those opportunities, just forcing things, not looking able to put the hard work in. Got a few decent winners in, but overall not consistent enough. So good confident start for Hutton, winning her first match comfortably.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that. Well, we've been very considerate here, and we've given you an hour's interlude before the next match. You can go off and have your dinner and then come back nice and refreshed for the last 2 matches, and it's 2 men's matches. The first one, which will be kicking off in an hour's time, is James Willstrop up against Josh Masters. Looking forward to that one. Go and enjoy your dinner, and we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back this evening to our AJ Bell England Squash Championships. We've got our men's matches coming up here this evening. We hope you've had a nice break and are completely refreshed and raring to go for what should be 2 entertaining matches. Well, the men's format is slightly different in terms of the pools. Got 4 groups of 3 players, so slightly different formats, but our first one is Group A, and we've got James Willstrop up against Josh Masters, and then on the other court it's Group B, which is George Parker up against Tom Walsh. So Nick Wall and Patrick Rooney are chilling today, and they'll be playing a couple of matches tomorrow. And of course, later on this evening we will have matches from Group C and Pool D. Confused myself there with pools and groups. They were groups. So our lineup that we've had so far: Sarah-Jane Perry overcoming a gutsy performance, a fiery start from Lucy Beecroft, but Perry winning at 3-love. Jasmine Hutton looking very lively against Casey Bartney, winning that one 3-love. And then of course the matches we've got this evening: James Willstrop and Josh Masters should be entertaining. And then another really interesting one, Declan James up against Joe Lee. So Josh Masters, he's languishing for him down the rankings at number 136. Very talented ball striker, very clean hitter of a squash ball. He's been as high as number 50 in the world. Really made his mark actually. When he was junior, he was number 1 in England at sort of under 17 level. And then sort of was there or thereabouts, but not really right at the top. And then he went to University of Bristol and spent quite a bit of time on court with Shabagis there. And I mean, he came out all guns blazing from his university stint, and then went up to Birmingham, where he based himself and worked with Rob Owen. But he had a bad injury where he needed an operation to his hip, and it's been a bit of a long recovery, and he's not really been able to get going again because there's not been any tournaments. So he's had to actually move back down from Birmingham back down to London. And he's sort of trying to get things kick-started here, but he's been hit quite hard by this pandemic, so it'll be interesting to see how he reacts here and responds, because he hasn't had many competitive matches. James Willstrop, on the other hand, is looking as good as he ever has done, really. He's still entertaining the masses with his incredible flair and style of squash and accuracy, and I mean, it's great to see. Long may it continue. He's at number 17 in the world, but he's quite picky and choosy. He doesn't necessarily play absolutely everything, and he's got side interests. He's got a book that's just coming out and just
well
out
done,
right now,
Drew boy.
which you'll be able to buy very soon.
Now.
Is it actually out now?
It's out, yeah.
So
It's out today, actually.
is it?
Yeah.
Well, I've already got my signed copy.
Yeah. Officially, it was supposed to be out on the 9th of Feb.
So yeah, so that I mean, that looks interesting in itself, because it's James interviewing lots of successful people from different fields, not just from the world of squash, which makes it an interesting read. But he is still entertaining everyone. He's being very selective about his events, which means the body is staying fresh, keeping himself going. And then we see the matches like he put together against Joel Makin as an absolute cracker the last time out on the PSA World Tour. So I'm looking forward to this one, Vanessa, between these two. I think he should make for some good squash. It's got warmer because the heating's now cranked up.
It's warmer in here.
It's like a oven.
So help with the early movement from both of these hip ops.
And we're not talking gangster rap.
A lot of dodgy hips on there today. But yeah, I mean, just what you were talking about with the timing of the pandemic, you know, it's never good timing for anyone, but if you just compare these two, I think it's actually probably done James quite a lot of good. It's just given him a bit of rest, and obviously he's got that experience behind him to be able to deal with this
Hand
amount of
out.
time
One love.
away from squash, and it doesn't really affect him too much. If anything, it's given him, if anything, maybe a little bit of extra time onto his career, whereas for
And now,
Joshua Masters,
1-all.
it's just awful timing, isn't it? Absolutely dying to get back on court after that timeout.
Yeah, and he was just sort of getting the body going again and starting to get it used to sort of the duress of playing. Because obviously when you are rehabbing it, the body does creak a bit at first, and it does take a while to just get it going again. And of course,
2-1.
Willstrop will know exactly what that's like because he had to go through it himself. But he's not been able to do that, so it sort of just falls back to training and not playing, and then it's not quite the same.
Yeah, and that's the one thing it takes the longest to get back, I think, is just that sense of the intensity of competitive play. You just can't
Hand out.
reenact
down,
that in
hand
training.
out, 2-all.
And it, you know, I think it took James probably a full season really of just playing and not worrying too much about results before you can start to sort of find that level again. And that's what Masters has missed out on.
Down.
I agree with you, though. I think it's definitely
Hand out.
added
3-2.
time to Willstrop's career for sure. He's not battering the body, and also he has become wise in terms of what he's playing and selecting. Weirdly enough, I actually watched I watched a bit of the cricket today, and Jimmy Anderson bowled this unbelievable spell. He basically ripped the sort of the heart out of the Indian resistance with some impeccable bowling in conditions that didn't necessarily suit him or help him. But he's 43 years old, and he's taken the most wickets, you know, that an Englishman has, and his fast bowler has. But he just looks just as sprightly as he did when he was younger. And I just think if you're looking after yourself and you've
5-2.
still got that hunger to train, to perform, to play, then why not? Just keep going. It does do my head in a bit when people sort of talk about age and start going, well, you should be retiring. Why are you not retiring? How long are you going to keep going for?
Well, for all the ways that you lose things, you know, maybe that little bit of movement, a bit of
6-2.
intensity, you gain in other areas, don't you? With, as you said, the wisdom, the ability to train cleverly, and there's a mental freshness, I think, with James
7-2.
having had that time off now through the lockdowns, that you do lose a little bit of, you know, as you get into this sort of stage of your career.
I was wrong, by the way. I just remembered Tom Brady was 43, and he just obviously won the Super Bowl for the 7th time in his career, which is incredible. But then Jimmy Anderson's 38, so I got the two mixed up. Just remembered, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I
Down.
wanted to correct myself.
8-2.
I wouldn't have been
left
able to
side.
correct you.
No, but it's two examples, isn't it, of people that just love playing and love performing, and they're carrying on doing what they love, and they should do. Well, talking about that, Willstrop is certainly going about his business here in this game. Can't do anything about that one.
3-8.
Even 18-year-old Willstrop wouldn't have got this one back.
Bit of strapping on the knee there, Josh Masters. He hasn't picked up any additional injuries.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Nice preparation and hold, and then gets the ball round really quickly here, Masters. He's a clean striker, and that's what he does well. When he hits the ball into an area, he gets it there quickly.
Yeah, the first shot did the damage.
Hand
Just
out.
lovely weighted
9-4.
cross court.
I think Masters is a perfect example of just how tough it's been for the professional players, these younger sort of, or the players that are trying to get their way up. We'll talk about it a bit in the next game because it's 6-game balls for Willstrop here.
Down. Hand out. 5-10. Game
could just see the purpose both these players are putting on the shots, because they know how severe this court is. When it, oh, that's absolutely rolled. Willstrop's flatlined it, and he's just looked at the racket and then strolling off the court.
Looks surprised, didn't he?
Normally you blame your racket when it's a miss hit, not when you roll the ball. So 6 minutes. Willstrop certainly firing on all cylinders here. He's taken that first game 11-5. He leads by 1 game to love.
Well, a perfect start for Willstrop in that first game. He raced off to a very quick lead, 8-2 in no time. Masters able to pull back a few points, but confidently closed out by Willstrop with that ridiculous return serve volley nick. Hopefully we'll get one more look at that. Here it comes.
Willstrop leads, 1 game to love. Love all.
So both players back on court. Willstrop starting off this second game. See if he can carry on where he left off. He's looking mightily impressive in that first game. We were talking a bit about, you know, what a tough time it is for these professionals. Well, you know, especially players like Masters who'd been injured. He's trying to get his way back. He needs match play to get himself back into it. And financially, these players are taking a massive hit as well. And you've got a whole group or cohort of players, whether they're transitioning players just trying to turn professional, you know, just coming out of the juniors, trying to apply their trade, and then you've got this next group of you've got players like Masters who's been injured, who's been up at 50 and then dropped back down, and then you've got the players that are just in that sort of cut-off where they're not getting the tournaments as well. And it really is difficult, isn't it, in terms of, you know, mentally trying to deal with that, also trying to keep progressing and keep sharp, and then trying to actually survive financially as well.
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, everyone has different circumstances, certainly in terms of their finances, whether they're able to get some help. And, you know, where they're based has made a massive difference in terms of whether they're able to train properly as well. You know, certain clubs have been able to keep their doors open.
Yeah, but that's why I think, you know, there's so many challenges and obstacles that do pop up, and David Campion and Andrew Pilling and England Squash and of course AJ Bell, they've had to really sort of jump through hoops to make sure that an event like this can happen. And, you know, the players are being tested. They can't come in and watch each other play. They have to play and leave. There's no hanging around. So there's all sorts of things in place to be able to make this happen. But it's important it does, because it gives players the opportunity to just be on court playing. Whether you've been able to get on court or not, it's about making the most of it. And I think it's so worth sort of those sacrifices to make that happen if possible. I mean, obviously, everyone's safety is paramount, and that's the main concern for everyone. But while it can happen and you can get everything in place, it's important for these players.
Well, hopefully things will start to look up soon, and we'll have a few more tournaments for these players to play. the top ranked or the higher ranked
Hand
players
out.
obviously had a lot
4-3.
more action on court, which just sort of exacerbates those divisions even more. And the players that need it the
5-3.
most aren't getting competitive play.
It's just unprecedented times though, isn't it?
Down.
You know, it's such a strange
6-3.
occurrence for everyone, and life just isn't normal anymore, and it's about dealing with it and getting by as best you can and doing the right things, I guess. Well, it's unlucky from Masters. Probably the wrong shot, because Willstrop was already there and the space was actually on the cross court.
Yeah, he put some work into him in that rally. Good retrieving from Willstrop.
Signs that maybe Masters just starting to free up a bit with his movement. I know he's trailing 8-3 here, but
I'm not allowed to get it.
he's definitely looking a little bit sprightlier. Just takes time to get up on the pace as well, doesn't it? That's what we're talking about you need matches after an injury just to be on the pace and be on the ball and not playing catch up the whole time. Because when it takes a little drop off and you to be a fraction late with your racket prep, your reactions, your reading of the game, your movement and positioning, and it just throws absolutely everything, and then you just feel like you're chasing the game and reacting the whole time and not with options and not with accuracy. Well, Masters has flicked the ball out of the court and he's now having to go and retrieve it.
I don't think he meant to. He did apologise.
I don't know if he's clipped it up onto the balcony or whether it's out the back of the court, but
It was sort of done in a bit of frustration.
well, all hands on deck. I saw David Campion going back there trying to look for it. Josh Masters looking for it, and Willstrop has gone to offer a lending hand.
Doesn't look like he's searching too hard.
No, he's not very good at searching or tidying up after himself, James Willstrop. Rather just get a new ball. Well, it's good retrieval by David Campion. As you said, there's not really anyone here, so it's only David Campion, the referees, and whoever's on court next that's likely to be here. And me and you and the crew, of course.
It's going to be very strange, Drew Boy, to go back at some point to just normal tournaments with crowds and...
Yeah, I'm going to have some sort of anxiety.
Ooh, I think that went out. Yeah.
That's a great shot. Again, setting up the play for Willstrop and then nicely finished.
10-3, game ball.
It's a brilliant drop shot in, and what a finish. 7 game balls for Willstrop. Oh, I don't think anyone saw that one coming.
4-10, game ball.
Oh, it's gone slightly random.
Down.
That was in the tin.
11-4, game to Willstrop. Willstrop leads 2 games to love.
You're right, Drew Boy.
My chair's just collapsed. I've obviously put a bit of weight on in this lockdown, but second game 11-4 to James Willstrop. I'm going to try and pump myself back up and get a bit taller, but it's Willstrop who's leading by 2 games to love here.
Well, another very confident game from Willstrop. He's quality of what he's doing on there is just starting to expose the movement of Masters, and it's causing Masters to sort of start really going for broke with his shots. He's not looking like he has the confidence to build rallies and to sort of try and work for those positions. He's forcing things and making a lot of errors. So very tough out there for Masters. 2-love lead for Willstrop.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds.
So here we go, James Willstrop starting off this third game. Felt that Masters was just starting to run out of ideas in that game. He went a little bit random, firing that ball in without necessarily looking to construct. I mean, that's much better. That's what he needs to do. He needs to get a bit of pace into the game if he can, get that ball running away from Willstrop. Problem is, it's a lot more tricky than it actually sounds when you're just saying it. Glad I'm back up to normal height here with my chair issues.
Quite liked it better when you were down there.
Gave you that sense of power over me.
Well, it's the accumulation of movements, isn't it, against a player like Willstrop, who, once he gets you at full stretch, he then continues to sort of turn the screw.
Hand out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not moving great and you've got a little niggle and you're not quite back to full pace after, you know, injury woes, the last thing you really need is James Willstrop, like a spring chicken on there, hitting the ball very well and accurately on a dead court. Well, that's a good opportunity. He was in good position there, Masters, both in terms of his actual presence on the court, but also the scoreboard. And he could have just started to accumulate a bit of scoreboard pressure on Willstrop. He's got such a threat when he approaches the ball, Willstrop. He comes in with quite an early racket preparation. He has that stillness and the hold, and then he either goes short or long, and it just starts to start you in your movement.
4-3. 4-3.
Masters again, just forcing things.
6-3.
Just playing right into the hands of Willstrop.
Down. 7-3.
Oh, he's getting irritated with himself, just forcing it when it's not quite on.
Yeah, there's just signs, isn't there, that he doesn't feel confident in his ability to
Down.
stay on there and to sort of work things out. He's just going for it
8-3.
from poor positions.
Great forehand drop there from Willstrop.
That was quite good as well.
Hand out. 4-8.
Oh,
Hand out.
nice
9-4.
bit of deception from Willstrop. Little flick across the front of the court. Well, the ball really tight.
10-4,
Willstrop
match ball.
certainly having fun on the court right now. 6 match balls to Willstrop. Well, there it is. Masters not
11-4,
able to get down to
match
that one.
Willstrop. 3 games to love. 11-5.
Very solid
11-4,
performance from
11-4.
Willstrop. I mean, hopefully Masters can just sort of regroup from this and see it as an opportunity to get some court time under his belt. But that match was 3-love to Willstrop, 23 minutes over Josh Masters. Took it 11-5, 11-4, 11-4.
Well, there was a readiness about Willstrop. He certainly wouldn't have been expecting it to be this quick. He's aware of the qualities of Masters, but physically not looking up to the task. And once Willstrop sensed that vulnerability, you know, he's far too experienced and didn't really give anything away or give any reason for Masters to lift his spirits. So a really comfortable 3-love win for the #1 seed in his first round.
Impressive performance by James Willstrop, always entertaining with the brand of squash that he plays. Well, I'm looking forward to this one. Dark Knight, Declan James up against Joe Lee. They'll be on court at 7:30, so 30 minutes, and we'll be back. See you then. Welcome back to this England squash spectacle being put on here for the England squash players. We've had the women playing their pool matches, first matches earlier this afternoon, and now it's the last match of the men's groups. Got Joe Lee up against Declan James in this one. On the other court, it's Charlie Lee and Tom Richards battling it out. A lot of Surrey interest here in this evening's matches. Of course, the men will be featuring in 4 groups of 3 players playing a round robin event. So the players that finish top will be battling it out in the semi-finals match to get through to the final. So all to play for here. Of course, Joe Lee, very much an established player on the PSA World Tour. He got to his highest ranking back in 2014, which is number 29 in the world. He's currently down at 190 in the world, the St George's Hill player, but he's had a torrid time with injuries. Always looking to battle back. He's been pretty resilient considering. You have to go back a year for his last tournament outing. Of course, he did feature in the Challenge Series that was put on the St George's Hill court. Well, he's up against the Dark Knight, Declan James, the Nottingham-based player. Spends a bit of time working with Nick Matthew these days. He's number 23 in the world, a little way off his highest, which was number 15 that he achieved back in 2019. But he's been a lot more active. He, of course, featured at the Black Ball Open.
Yes, there is.
He's been close, but no cigar in his tournaments so far this season. A bit frustrating for James, who's obviously putting a lot of lockdown work. He lost out 3-2 in his match at the Black Ball. He lost out to Diego Elias, which was a really good performance in round 1 of that tournament. But even in Qatar, he lost to in round 2, which he'd have fancied going into that. But of course, Yao is also a very difficult player, and he actually took him out 3-love there. So frustrating for James, but also showing signs of promise. You know, 3-2 with Elias is obviously a great effort, but it's sort of closing those ones out, isn't it now?
Yeah, it was a great match. Commentated on that one. It looked like he was maybe starting physically struggling sort of relatively early on in the match, but it produced incredible quality. The straight work was fantastic.
AJ Bell, England Squash Championships 2021. Men's round robin match. Declan James of England to serve. Joe Lee of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
I reckon this is probably going to be the longest match of the evening.
No let.
Well, unless the ref keeps giving.
It's not a stretch, Drew boy. It's not a stretch. They've been quite quick so far. I don't think we've gone over the half hour, have we?
No. Good job. We planned in a few sufficient breaks.
Declan James will be more than aware that he's playing against someone who's much better than his ranking would suggest.
Yeah, definitely. You'll be pleased to know, Vanessa, that tomorrow we've got 9 matches and no breaks.
Yes, to one extreme to the other, isn't it?
Yes, let's.
Certainly a solid build, isn't he, Jolie?
Yeah, barely registered that.
Yeah, perfect length from Lee.
2 love.
He's definitely going to be dangerous here. He's certainly not one to underestimate. Like you say, James will know that obviously the ranking isn't a true reflection of the standard and quality of Lee. He's also always been very difficult to break down.
3 love.
Well, he's obviously had a reasonable period, sort of injury-free, but without competitive play. But because he's sort of relatively experienced
Out
and he's had
and
that time
out.
on tour, he will
1-3.
have been able to use that time quite well to make sure that his body's in good nick and ready to come back.
It'll be a bit of a surprise that he's here as well. He'll be really pleased and wanting to make the most of it because he's a late call-up with the different sort of injuries and things that have occurred in terms of the changes to the lineup. I always feel that he's going to be the type of player that will certainly make the most of an opportunity when it does arise.
2-3. Yes, let's. 2-3, left side, please.
Yeah, nice shot, just wrong footing, James. That's what Lee will be looking for. He'll be looking to try and get some hard work into him, but what he can't afford to do is throw it in when he hasn't made the court long enough. So when he took that burst in, James was already positioned along the short line and he was anticipating it and waiting for it. If he's gonna get full effect on that, he needs to put the ball in when he's, one, got the ball right to the back so the court becomes long. And also when he hasn't just done it because James just expected it. The first one actually got control of his movement
And
slightly.
out for 3.
Very good on the straight drop from that position as well, James.
What do you reckon, 20-minute plus first game?
Yeah, I was going to say the first game could beat the record of the matches so far this evening.
Down.
We'll James looking to move the ball around the court,
5-3.
but it's risky when the ball is glued to the sidewall. You have to really give it a margin if you're going to try and take that ball in.
Much more sprightly on the ball in comparison to that first match of Sarah-Jane Perry. It's absolutely freezing in here.
Yeah, we've got
Crank the heating up.
Yeah, it's like the Caribbean now.
Yes, let's. Lee, player review on the Yeslet decision. Yeah.
Well, it's going to stay as let, isn't it? The referees generally will look for how much the ball deviates when you strike it, and they're going to look at that and not think it's deviating too much, so it's going to stay as a let ball. Because he tucked himself up with his swing and then made contact, and I think if he made a meal of it and actually done a proper swing, it'd have probably been
Lee
full
has
contact.
no reviews remaining.
Yeah, he shouldn't really have to do that, though. I mean, he's cranked him on the shoulder with his racket. He hasn't done an extended swing. He hasn't made a meal of it. If anything, that should reward him the stroke even more. And I mean, where's the line? How much does the ball have to deviate for it to be a stroke and or a let?
More than that.
Slightly more than that.
That's the grey areas of squash. Happy for you to solve it if you have the solution.
And out
Vanessa.
for 5.
I just think if you hit your opponent in your backswing and you haven't done an exaggerated swing, then it's a stroke. The onus should be on the other player to make sure that they clear your swing.
That's a nice shot from James.
5-all.
I think it's a really clever shot when you just run your strings down the back of the ball and you've not put much pace on it, but it's a full swing. You see there, it just means the ball stops dead really far up the court. It's so difficult because you're waiting for a drive as an opponent. So you're moving back. Very, very clever.
Yes, Len.
Cool. Reckon you got to get the players playing that ball.
5-all left box, please.
Yeah, Lee didn't do too much wrong there. Kept the ball nice and straight, and the line was there.
Yeah, there's definitely access through. I think you need them. If you don't get them playing that shot, you could end up with quite a long evening, a difficult evening as a referee. Great shot. Didn't quite keep the shape in that follow-up though, so he missed his target. It's that favourite sort of area of James again, front right on the drop shot. Extends through. It's a brute of a rally.
Yeah, it seems to be favouring James so far.
Down.
And that's the result
6-5.
of that rally. And that might be the question, I think, is whether Lee can sustain this kind of squash.
Yeah, it's the intensity and whether there's going to be a slight drop-off, you know, from a lack of competitive play, I guess. I'd have been going for the towel as well after that rally. Don't you feel like James is just starting to come into his own here? If I'm watching James, he's starting to look
7-5.
confident. His body language is looking good. He's starting to feel comfortable because he's pushing the ball around into different areas of the court and really starting to get to turn the screw a bit.
Well, you would hope that he would have sensed something in that previous rally, that really long rally, and the damage that it
Yes,
did.
Lex. Yep. 7-5.
There's double hit. It's glued to the sidewall.
Thank you.
So accurate.
8-5.
So the push from James continues. The run of points.
Never looks like missing that straight ball.
I can't believe he got that. He surprised everyone.
Yes, Lex. Yes, Lex. 8-5 on right. Yeah, I saw it as good.
Yeah, can you check it?
Yeah.
Check it. Happy to check it.
James clearly isn't sure either on the pickup.
of James.
Oh, Vanessa, you got better eyes than me.
Nope, can't tell.
You've got worse eyes than me.
Not sure.
I can't see it from here.
Oh,
Does he get his racket underneath that, or does that bounce twice?
Okay, you can
it's,
find it up on the
it's not.
screen.
I would think that
No,
might
no.
bounce twice, but I wouldn't like to. Well, there you go. It's good. My next point, though, is that's never a let. You've got to go and play the ball. There was
Yeah.
virtually no interference.
No, you're right. I think he was so surprised that that ball came back that he just wasn't ready for the next shot.
God, it's a good shot, that. Made that look so easy, taking the ball in short. Got quite a simple swing, hasn't he, Jolie? So not too much can go wrong with it.
Oh, just about to say he's not letting James run away with this. Slams it into the tin. No, he hasn't really let him run away with it, but there's just been a slight shift since that 5-all rally. Just a very slight drop off from Lee.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Oh. Begging for a cross score. James just not quite sensing the fact that Lee had stayed here. The cross court was on.
on? Video referee decision?
I've asked the video referee to look at it. I've asked the video referee to look at it.
He just did it. He did it stealth-like, so he didn't tell anyone. Let's keep us all guessing. I hope he told the video referee. So we're going for a video referee decision here. I think we're just experiencing a couple of technical difficulties, but we'll be there in a jiffy. There we go.
I think it was a let. He's got his racket caught, just enough air in the ball.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to be a let ball, I think.
Yes, Len. 6-9, right side. Right side.
See what, they're attacking the front of the court from the back very well, these two. Got to be in good positions, and you've got to have very good racket work to be able to do that
7-9.
accurately and consistently.
Yeah, predominantly straight, but as you said, very accurately. Lee just keeping himself in touch. Going to question that one, I think. Ball very close to the outline.
We can't actually look at it, can we? If they ask for us to check it.
Oh, no, we can't replay it, but the ref could have it in mind for a let, depending who wins the rally.
It's another tough one, but just feel that Jolie needs to find that finishing shot here. Here's a chance. Yeah, it's a nice hold. It's a really well constructed rally by Lee.
8-9.
Nice hold, and then
Right
speeding
side,
up the
please.
racket in the shot.
Fantastic response from Lee. 9-5 down. He's put 3 very good rallies together. Oh.
I mean, that's not coming back, is it? You didn't even see it, but even if he did, that wasn't coming back. It's a great shot from James. 2 game balls. Oh, there you go. Nice finish.
11-8.
Well converted by James.
Leads 1 game to love.
He'll be pleased with that. It's almost a perfect game for him. Hard work, solid stuff. 21 minutes in duration, and being able to close it out and take it 11-8. So it's 1-love to Declan James over Jolie.
Well, a great quality first game in this match from both players. Declan James just at 5-all. There was a really lengthy rally, and it gave him the lead, 9-5. Bit of a comeback from Lee, but Declan James able to close it out, and it'd be interesting to see how much that did to Jolie physically, having had so much time away from competitive play.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Yeah. James leads, 1 game to love. Love all.
Expect some really tough rallies again at the start of this second. Feel like
Down,
James
one
will
up.
want to try and drag it out and then start to put the squeeze on to move away again. That would be his plan.
Two love.
Nicely finished by James. Feel that Lee was just hitting out a bit from not the best position.
Three love. Down.
Yeah, great shot on the backhand there from
4 love.
James, drawing Lee forward and then pushing the ball into that deep left. As we suspected, just a bit of a drop off here from Lee. And James sensing that and taking full advantage so far in this second game.
He's been really clinical, hasn't he, James?
5 love.
Impressive stuff. Just one of those ones where James is stepping up and going through the gears and Jolie's just dropping off slightly. And it makes a massive,
6 love.
massive difference.
I'm not sure if that was a bit fluky, that shot.
No apologies. That is a great shot. Nothing fluky about that one.
7 love.
Again.
Slots this one away.
That straight ball in, he never misses. Always gets perfect angle as well.
Even on the dipping ball, he gets low down to it, doesn't he, on the volley? Makes it a lot easier to execute, which would normally be a very difficult shot. James is just lethal through the middle of the court, basically.
And out,
If you're
1-7.
playing him, that's the one area you do not want him operating off the bounce or off the volley. Much rather see him in corners.
Oh. 2-7. Run up. 3-7.
resurgence from Lee. It's left it a bit late in the day, but
And out, 8-3.
Well, that stopped him in his tracks here, attacking that one down. Here that James not quite happy with himself, feeling that he's missing the targets, was a little bit loose. Well, it's a gut wrencher.
9-3.
There's some good quality going in there from James. There's a lot of purpose on the shots, and it's dragging Jolie just that extra step.
well, Lee really struggling to get Declan James away from that mid-court position he enjoys so much.
Yeah, we've certainly enjoyed it this game. 7 game balls for James. Was just stayed in. Oh,
11-3 game.
so second game
James
to
leads
Declan James.
2 games
Impressive
to love.
stuff by the Dark Knight. Just 9 minutes in comparison to that first game. 11-3 for James. He's leading by 2 games to love.
Well, Declan James in his element in that second game, really controlling things, dominating that mid-court area, and Jolie unable to move him away sufficiently from the tee. So Declan James really in control in that second game. Really good straight work, starting to use the hold, that extra bit of severity on the finish. And a reasonably comfortable second game and a 2-love lead for Declan James.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. James leads 2 games to love. Love all.
Well, that is a great start to this third game. It's just how he started off the second. Really good body language from James, looking confident on that.
No let.
We've gone for an early review.
Review, James, on the no let decision.
What do you think? Should he go up and round there?
I
Get
think that's
past?
a let. Oh, I really don't understand why that's not just a simple let.
He's not really got great access through.
No
Well,
let.
the video referee agreeing with the match
Decision
referee.
Upheld.
So
James has no review remaining.
there's confirmation that James has lost his
Felt
review.
Went too much with pushing your hand on his back instead of going round him to get to the ball.
So that did happen, but also the other thing to consider is that Lee didn't actually do anything to get out of the way either.
No, if anything, he slept slightly back towards the back wall.
Oh, it just snuck up.
2-1.
Don't think anyone was expecting that to sneak up.
Yes, let. Two-one.
God, I don't know about that one.
Down. And out 2-all. Down. 3-2.
We saw immediately there Lee pointing where he should have hit the ball. Understanding he just forced it in the moment.
Down. 4-2.
Oh,
Snuck another one up.
has he?
Oh, was it down?
No, it's down.
5-2. Left box.
Can you imagine if he'd done it again?
Must have been down the tin. Definitely got it up on the bounce.
I'm enjoying the Deck James hold and threat when he gets the
6-2.
chance. Makes it, I mean, it makes it easy to finish the shot off, and that's all because of what comes before.
Yeah, he's really starting to control proceedings here. Well, Jolie had the
7-2.
position there 2 shots ago and didn't take advantage, and that's been the difference in a lot of these rallies. Just the finishing quality not there from Lee.
Well, it certainly has been there for James, hasn't it? Been very, very clinical.
And again,
Well, up 8-2.
Well, it's a huge lead opened up now for James. I feel that he's closing in on this match.
Nine,
Well, Lee accelerating on the book, onto the ball, trying to get James to commit, but he doesn't get sucked into it at all. He just bides his time and waits.
And out. 3-9. Down.
So that error
And out. 10-3.
from Lee
Match ball.
means that James has 7 match balls. Oh, what a finish. Thunderous finish
11-3.
from James.
Match to James. 3 games to love.
This is a statement.
11-8.
Bang.
11-3. 11-3. Thank you, Lucy.
So 41 minutes of that first game, by far the longest. Knocked the stuffing out of Jolie, just took that edge off. James then came through 11-3, 11-3 in the second and third. So 3-love victory for Dec James over Jolie.
yeah, very accomplished performance by Declan James. Very long first game, patient work from both players, but Declan James sensing the drop-off from Jolie, put some tough physical work into him in that first, and then never really looked back. And Jolie not really in the match from the second game onwards. Decent performance from Jolie. As we said, he hasn't had any competitive play for a long time. Certainly showing his quality, but relatively comfortable in the end for Declan James.
Yeah, it was a good match. It was solid and very clinical from James. He had to work for it, but then once he got the openings, he put a lot of purpose on his squash. Well, that concludes our matches nowadays here today. Just the 4 matches for you, and can confirm that we have George Parker with a 3-1 win over Tom Walsh, sitting at the top of Group B. James Willstrop, 3-love win over Josh Masters, sitting at the top of Group A. Dec James, who we just saw sitting at the top of Jolie with the 3-love win. Of course, we're still waiting for the result of Tom Richards and Charlie Lee, who are battling it out on the traditional court. Well, that does conclude our day 1 here at the AJ Bell England Squash Championships. We will be back tomorrow with you at 10 AM GMT, so UK time. Set your watches. Gonna have a feast of squash for you. 9 matches in total. Vanessa's gonna do the first and the last on her own. But we will be back, and we will look forward to you joining us tomorrow morning for a whole day's worth of entertaining squash. See you then.